Hello. What's up, guys? Wobbly Rick coming at you live with Darkness Falls. We are currently playing Darkness Falls mod, and for various reasons, I've decided to go ahead and continue to play this game. Particularly this mod. Once the next alpha comes out, or official full release, known as 7 Days to Die 1.0, that will be the beginning of a new chapter and a new era. An era of supremacy where the game reaches its max potential. After developing for a period of nearly 13 years. I could say about 13 years, but it came out in 2013, so it's been about 11 years. After developing for being forged and many add-ons and updates later, the game, forged with mastery and field testing galore. Its official release will now be implemented in the coming days. 3 to 4 days remain on the clock. 4 days if you're in America. 3 days if you are in the other side of the world, like Europe. So 4 days for America, 3 days for Europe. The future is now, and soon the game will be leaving its beta and / alpha state, where they've been testing new add-ons and functions. The new game will be implementing several additional add-ons and adjustments to gameplay, and these adjustments to gameplay will make the game slightly more difficult. With this new adjustment, the NPCs will also be changing, so they will no longer have the same AI draw pattern. The AI function may change unanimously and become 2 times harder than initially intended. And with these new additions and changes to the game's general mechanics, you may notice that some items have vanished while new items have appeared on the market, making it a more versatile game. Encouraging survival and encouraging more tactical thinking for the measures necessary. 7 days to die. You have a chance to purchase it for a much cheaper price before the MSRP. Remember, the sale was only limited, and because of its limited ability and functionality, the sale is only limited to whomever buys it during that window of time. So you may notice that the MSRP has changed for 7 Days to Die to $40, or I think it was $29.99 or $39.99. So about $40. So the game has officially changed, and the new 1.0 implementation may remove some items, but increase more survival-based elements. For those of you who purchased it for while it was on sale for nearly $5, you have gotten it before its official 1.0. I believe it was a 90 or 75% off sale for the initial game, so entirely as a cost-effective way of selling the game before its big official release of 1.0 release. Many of you had the opportunity to get it while you had the opportunity. So as a result, I kinda commend some of you for getting it, and some of you not so much for not getting it, because you're going to miss out either way. So the best thing I can say is boop 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 boop. Could use an AK since it'll likely be more accurate. I want to see a shitty little inventory because she never has anything. The signs of lamps. Kill some screamer zombies. Itsy bitsy spider.
Can I trust you?
Kill some spiders.
Can I trust you?
Kill some lumberjacks. Sure, why not? Kill some snow zombies. What is on fire? 7.62 ammunition. So, under the circumstances, for those of you who are hoping to catch it for a relatively cheap price, you could have also have caught it for a relatively cheap price for the PlayStation 5, which will be the only one to likely get the implementation of the latest update. The latest update implementation is basically me telling you that the game will receive its future update for PlayStation 5. The older consoles known for PS4 and other things may not receive this future update for 7 Days to Die. So if you have it on PlayStation 4, Beta/Alpha 21.2 or 22.7 or whichever version you are on is going to be the final iterational release. Although the game may no longer be downloadable and may no longer be receiving updates, that final iteration of the game will be the only iteration of the game you'll have for console. PlayStation 5 will be the only console to likely receive future updates for the game. Until soon, PS5 is phased out by its PlayStation 6 variation, which is already under development with Sony Computer Entertainment. Sony has considered a new route, so instead of relying on a dedicated system chip, they may be relying on a PCI Express lane system, so the console's price may jump in $300 to $400 range to give you a high-performance 12 to 18 gigabyte VRAM graphics card. Oh, these are some hungry motherfuckers, huh? Motherfucker didn't say these lumberjacks were goddamn on steroids. I should probably run with a tool. Keep my distance from these bastards because I'm going to die. That survival ratio is not good. Say kill some lumberjacks, not kill some feral lumberjacks. I think I've gained enough distance from them. Hopefully they don't respawn in front of me. What the hell is that? The mouse literally wigged out for a second. Whatever the case is, I better find the last loser. Hopefully he comes waltzing over this hill like he's stupid. They spawned in like 6 of those bastards over here. I gotta be super careful when searching for this asshole. Okay, I gotta really be careful out here because I never know what'll happen to me. Well, whatever the case is, I seem to have lost the other two. And really facing off with two more lumberjacks wouldn't be ideal for my general survival. So for those of you who are wondering, I literally ran away for various reasons, and most of it is because there was way too much to deal with. This I love watching. This I love watching. That's one of the lumberjacks right there. That's kind of where I ran away from, right over here. No, no lumberjack. Well, whatever the case is, I'm sure I'll find one around here somewheres. Either that or I'll deny the quest. Anyway, so I severely wounded one of them like that. They bled to death. How come it didn't count? Because that was a lumberjack corpse over there. Well, it looks like I'll deny this quest and then move on to another one. And this game better not be an asshole and be like, oh, well, we'll just respawn them right back in, you know, but right in your goddamn face. Because this game's a piece of shit like that, too. I don't think it understands the fundamental basics of quests too well. Well, quest is removed, so gotta figure it out some other way. And then you got dishonorable discharge.
Can I trust you?
Shouldn't be too hard. But you guys keep sending me in the middle of fucking nowhere, so it's kind of a problem too. Alright, come on, trade of you. Let's see what you got.
Come speak with me, friend.
Or you, whatever.
Be seeing you.
Wow, fetch. Yeah, you can go fuck yourself. I'm not going to that fucking daycare. Those are the only quests you got? Yeah, I'll wait until I have goddamn steel or titanium armor before I start doing rank 1 quests for this asshole. Go to the stupid Poopy Pants daycare. Yeah, sure, let me go to the fucking Poopy Pants daycare where these motherfuckers almost whooped my ass and killed me in 2 hits. You're decaying, so you need to get a little bit cooked if you want to last longer. They're escaping. Smoke them. like smoke them. I actually got a bit of a mild injury to my leg. I had some screws in my freaking pants or whatever. I was working with them for a little bit in order to build a little Tyke's toy, which, might I add, the deformed ass plastic from that object was really annoying. Most annoying shit I ever had to deal with in my life. A deformed object. You mad? Yeah, you mad. Hold up, I smell something. Imagine hearing those last words before a brother steps on your motherfucking shit right there, bruh. You step on your J's. Gotta scrap those batteries. I'm gonna save the other battery in case I need it for other related crap. Like completing my golf cart, which is gonna be my go-to vehicle to travel around and loot random cars. Like a traditional Japanese video game, we all exist to see the end of the story. But yet, little did our heroes know that things were about to change, and they were not going to be very good. Henceforth, why? It happened a second time, 5 years later. $187 pieces, gonna make another set. I'll make 500 pieces of brass. That'll be roughly like 2 hours. I told you guys Nephilim was crazy. That Nephilim chick was insane. She thought shoving pipe cleaners into a human head would help them think better. That real freak monkey was really thinking about chopping up that poor guy Elliot. Come to think about it, whatever did happen to Elliot? The world may never know. Let's see. I think they're called lockpicks. Yeah, they're called lockpicks. No, stack of lockpicks. Lockpicking 1. Oh, geez, why don't you just shoot me in the freaking testicles and say it's freaking metal picking too? You butt licker. Need to find more acid. Ah, Goo Lagoon, where all the goons are at. Just him and his goons. Goonser. His name is Goonser. Well, somebody sent me a crippling text message about their life. Oh, no, it wasn't a crippling text message. It was just random crap. Still, you know, I almost thought it was. While I let random crap play in the background, assuming this piece of shit phone's case fucking holds up before I trade this in too.
A bag? Some shoes?
No, no thanks.
Some jewelry?
No, 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 no.
Instead of a gift, would you prefer a date?
Shut up! As much as I want to say I don't want a thing from him,
And yes, I am watching anything that will pass the time inside of my head.
Oh,
So, before you cast judgment on me, look in the mirror.
What
When
in the
electric
world
parts,
is that?
34's iron, mechanical parts, scrap polymers,
you
leather.
wouldn't know.
So
It
I
was
got
surprisingly cheap
bing,
even
bing,
for a
bing,
peasant's item.
bing, ding, ding, mechanical parts,
Here, that's your
leather.
half. Thank you for the treat.
I don't know, springs, scrap polymers, short iron pipes.
Well, yeah, I think it's the perfect thing to share with friends.
I need electrical. Or I think it's the perfect thing to share with friends.
What do you think?
People that you really want to hang out with.
Tastes
Friends.
artificial and cheap.
Getting shot in the testicle by your friends.
What's wrong?
Getting back my sanity. That's all.
Ah, good lagoon.
This might have been a huge mistake.
Yeah, life's a huge mistake. Alright, well, I'm gonna go radio silent for a minute so that I can watch this anime for a moment. So I want to get charged by Netflix for believing they have a human right.
Howdy, survivor. Make yourself at home. Thanks for shopping here. Come again.
What are you looking for? Good day.
I'm about to prepare a defense for whatever it is I'm about to face off with, which I assume is going to be a bunch of freakish radioactive army zombies. And hopefully I'll be able to corral them into something very simple.
I should have worn something.
Damn, that's it.
So, where are we going?
Yeah, that's what I.
The
Yeah.
most classic
But I'm
thing
planning my
that's
little
raised
base
the
building,
movies.
so that way I can make sure that I get everything that I needed in order to protect myself. So I'm not entirely sure what to do now, other than probably make some Molotov cocktails. BRB. I most certainly am not going to engage this random wandering horde. Mostly because I do not want to have to repair this whole place. Because they trashed it in under 40 seconds. I don't have enough defenses around the building to really protect it anyways. Not to mention, most basic traps that aren't blade trap related only do 1 damage to these losers. So it's not enough to really fend them off or to remove them entirely. Wandering hordes can cause a lot of problems. Especially that loser-ass football player you see over there. Oh man, dude. Freaking thinking ahead, planning ahead, and sorting out this little tiny base right here. Now this was a smart move. Picked up some blue key cards from unlocking blue doors. Picked up a decent pair of leather boots. Slightly a bit more resilience than what I currently have in my inventory. Picked up a new machine gun, so that's worth it. Modify, pop that off. Put this over here. Boop. I could probably toss this one apart. Probably gonna have to do this a couple of times so I really want to get some real profit out of doing the higher level quests. This did cost me a substantial amount of 7.62 ammunition. Nevertheless. I can afford extra materials, so this works out somewhat. Give me a second. Overall, pretty satisfied with the results.
Great job. Can you help me?
Yeah, I'm finally building the golf cart.
Not even looking at the comments right
It
now.
looks so cute. I'm gonna post it now.
Partially tired.
You were
Yay. Another quest completed.
I thought I was
Vroom,
seeing
vroom.
things, so I kept quiet.
Can I help you? Can I trust you? job. Can I trust you?
I'll be back, guys. Gotta go to the bathroom. I'm about to eat something.
Then I
So,
moved away
please be wait.
and started living alone.
great job. Can I trust you? What are you looking for? Goodbye. Can I trust you? Great job! Can I trust you?
We have great prices. great doing business with you. Come back and tell your friends.
Can I help you? Can I trust you? What are you looking for? Can I trust you? Great job. Good day. Can I trust you?
Pues solo tarde.
Man, I've been playing this for a long ass time.
Shit on me.
You know what?
Wait. What? What if they're like sharks? Like, yeah. No. What if when you shoot one, the smell of its blood sends the others into a feeding frenzy? I'm gonna shoot the others. No. All the others.
Like if they can smell one drop of blood from miles and miles away.
My God, Zachary. Hundreds of them out there. Thousands. Who gives a shit? First of all, they're not like sharks. In that way. And second of all, any one of these big bastards could kill you. And the rest of them are just gonna be fighting over your dead-ass bones. I vote we take a vote. I swear to God.
Where are we going?
Well, they bailed out South
Down so down.
so...
You must slow down.
Oh, this piece of shit can go slower?
Of course you.
Leite.
Okay, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta go do something real quick. Okay, I'm finally back. Just took a bit of an annoying moment. There really wasn't much to eat, so I'm gonna substitute it with this beef jerky.
It's mostly the undesirable parts of the cow. And I think parts of the leather. Think about it. Unless you marinate and dry the jerky yourself, technically you're not really eating 100% beef. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Give me a second. No, what was I looking for? Oh yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, that's all you get. Hmm. Hmm.
That doesn't sound. Should I, Zanesse? Should I? 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 Well, he got his ass whooped for not wanting to go to sleep. Well, you were warned, kid. Ain't my problem, though. That's the reason why they told him straight up when they got his attention. And so begins the story of the little boy who got his ass whooped for not wanting to go to sleep. Oh man, I feel bad for him, but damn. I mean, at least they got his attention and told him straight up. Could have been dicks and said nothing and just started doing that. But no. Sometimes the parents gotta discipline their child. Now, what was I gonna say? In my case, if my kid ever picked on somebody who had cancer, I'd shave their head bald so that they can remember how that cancer kid feels. Especially if they're picking on him for being bald, bro. You know, to each their own in their own ways of how they live their life. However, know when you are in the wrong, but also know when your child is wrong for what they're doing. Don't sit there and let them do it and be like, oh, they don't deserve to have that done to them. What did they ever do? Because there are people like that in the world. People like that in the world should probably go see a doctor. Because clearly you bashed your skull in somewheres. So, you know, there you go on that part. Now, if a 12 gauge shotgun is a 12 gauge, does that mean the barrel itself is also 12 gauge? So imagine a 12 gauge barrel, but in machine gun form, but firing bullets fat like that. What would that make the millimeter if it was a 12 gauge? Let's ask. Look at that, a 12 gauge shotgun normally an 18.5 millimeter. So, essentially that's literally 1.5 millimeters away from 20. Or 2 3/4 of an inch. The gauge of 12 gauge shotgun is 2 3/4 of an inch, so that makes it 70 millimeters long. The shell is the standard size in the US. However, for a shotgun shell, you really don't need too much, and I quote unquote will state this, you really don't need too much gunpowder to do a lot of damage with a shotgun. Particularly a shotgun shell. Now, the Special Weapons and Ammunition System, also known as the, for those of you who are wondering, the KS-12 is what it is, just like the Otis 03, the Dragunov's relative, and the OSV-96, Dragunov's other relative. Different, but an 18.5 millimeter shotgun with a box type magazine known as the 18.5 KSK. Special shotgun with box type magazine designed for equipment for law enforcement units. The shotgun is manufactured on the basis of the Kalashnikov assault rifle layout, thus giving it a higher rate of fire. Caliber 12 millimeter, length of cartridge 76 millimeter cartridge types 1270 to 1276. Model self-loading discharge powder gases rotary bolt. Butt extended to 970 millimeters, butt folded 725. basically weight of magazine is about 3.8 kilograms, or a capacity of rounds is between 4 to 8 rounds. Single stack mag, that's what it is. So this single stack mag will hold between the factory mag, which is 4, plus 1 making 5, or 8 plus 1 making 9. Imagine that, an 18.5 millimeter SMG. The idea would be amazing, however, if you really break it all down, you could be genuinely annoyed by the result. I know I will be. I wonder how long this freaking live stream has been going. About 3 hours ago, according to this thing. It's a bit abundant. Now, for anybody wondering why I do partial or mild research on things, is mostly because I have a genuine interest in certain things, which also includes an abundancy of the use of firearms or ideological functions. Unlike certain individuals, I am more prepared than some, and in some cases, in order to get from point A to point B might be a slightly more riskier than others may actually have to face. So personally, for me to get to what I need to get to, let's say I need to get to a firearm or something like that, it would be much harder for me to reach it, considering I am slightly further away from where I normally store them. So in perspective, I'd have a much rougher time getting to it. However, that roughness would make it very well worth it in the long run should I need it for any sort of out of the ordinary emergency. So, let's say in the event of a catastrophic war, it would take me maybe roughly an hour to get to it. If I choose to go walking, and it would take me roughly like maybe 3 or 4 minutes if I go by car. Assuming people don't destroy the roads with literally nothing but destroyed cars and crashed vehicles. Now when you break it all down,
How
it
may I
kind of
serve
sees
you?
where you see.
Can you help me?
Don't worry, young lady. I'll do you and the Crazy Steak Clan proud. They call them the Crazy Steaks. I gotta pop my neck, y'all. Talk about like serious possibilities or infinite possibilities. Yeah, I noticed with time, I noticed a lot of Netflix series are just straight up shut down. Must be bad ratings or in general just a bad story design. Those are literally the only two things that come to my brain. Oh, really? So this Nurse Me to Health mission was really just a fat fucking ruse for fucking feral bitches. Fucking amazing. Real fucking amazing game. All that quiet and everything, all fucking good and everything, but as soon as that shit happens, nothing but feral hookers. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. It says Nurse Me to Health, and it says kill some zombie nurses. It didn't say kill some feral ass bitches. I have to run their asses over with that slow ass golf cart if they're still there. Yeah, doesn't say a goddamn thing about murdering anything else. Yeah, real amazing game. Didn't say nothing about feral infected. Just said kill some zombie nurses. That was a wasted quest. I could have built up something or created a defense line. Or at least a tall enough wall. But no. It had to be feral diarrhea.
What are you looking for? Can I trust you?
Yeah, kill some female fucking whatever, you know. Hopefully this time you're not bullshitting with me and then they turn out to be feral hookers. Then again, knowing this goddamn game, they might very well turn out to be goddamn feral. That was a real good lie game. Fucking amazing lie. Seriously. These are some feral bitches again. I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm gonna try to run them over. But I doubt the results will be positive. More or less, there really wouldn't be any positive ways of dealing with it now that I break it down. Yeah, look at that. They're feral. Yep, looks like I'll have to turn this into a battering ram. Bitch ass on the floor. Nobody told you to fucking stand up to me. Oh, time to go get my present. Yeah, was that, buddy? You can go fuck yourself, that's right. I'm totally doing whatever. Seriously, I feel like I got something stuck in the back of my throat. Alright, lady, I cheated my way through my exam. High-powered steel rounds, apple pie, but only 2 wellness. Could try to go for more ammunition, but that wouldn't be worth it. Silence of the Lambs, don't want to go with that one. And we'll
Can I
do
trust you?
that one. And the main reason why that one will be a little easier is because I don't gotta worry about all the excess bullshit. Now, for anybody wondering why this mouse is this way, it's probably because it's already been damaged. I don't think I'm gonna get anything in return if I friggin' scrap that pistol, so I should really be careful with it. Yeah, this reminds me of somebody who really annoyed the shit out of me. It was like a while back. Or I guess recently. Bitch annoyed the shit out of me. Now, I couldn't possibly care, but some rappers really gotta work on their name and delivery. Like, I've come up with a name before, and I've actually sold approximately, I don't know, I wouldn't exactly say I went platinum, but I have sold music before, and I've done pretty well, except for my name took a bit of creativity. Now, this is going to be more of a hidden piece of Wobbly's history, but for those of you who don't know, Wobbly does have a history in the music industry. I usually keep quiet about it because it's kind of boring. You know, you think one minute the whole world's going to be just nice and fantastic, and the next minute you realize that it's all bullshit and smoke and mirrors. Yeah, making money is nice, but what is it really getting you, besides fame? And the truth is, you don't really get any good friends out of it. For those of you who are wondering, you know, having friends and real friends, not, oh, we're rich, you're rich, we're supposed to be friends, let's know each other. You end up with fake bastards like that, literally 24/7, 365. I've been friends with celebrities before and never freaking asked them for anything. And you know, that's what makes me incredibly stupid in their eyes, but it's also the reason why I never asked them for
What are you
nothing.
looking
It's not
for?
because I'm undeserving, but it's simply because
Great
I
job.
just don't care. That's all trivial shit. But people say, oh, well, if you don't have money, then nobody's really going to want to be around you. And they'll be like, oh, well, if money is all that you care about, then what the hell are you doing here? And, you know, that's like the
Can I
number one
trust
thing
you?
I throw at their face, because, you know, you really got to boil it down. Is it about money, or is it about the person you're with? You get an option, you know? There's no reason for somebody to be all of a sudden worth less than what they're expected to be worth. And for something to become so trivial, even on a menial escape function, you really shouldn't be so trivial about things in life either. But what I'm getting at is the celebrities and people who make money, and I'm pretty sure Evan Fong has a bunch of fanboys. This also includes Dahi Nogla, aka David Nagel. And then you got his best friend, Brian Hanby. Right now, their business partnership and whatever they call it nowadays. We'll call it a business relationship. With their business relationship going on. But what I'm getting at is this. There's so much that boils down to all this crap that you really gotta look at it. What the fuck, dude? And why would my car be burning donut over there, bruh? Still a little confused when my car would be burning donut over here. So because you're not understanding the concept of what the hell stop means, you're gonna get reset. No, it's not that hard to understand that concept. Red means stop, yellow means slow, and green means go. Green means go, yellow means slow, and red means stop. Now, as I try to understand the road laws and everything that are applied to the local area that I live in, the road laws are a little weird. And since people decided to introduce European technology, well, by European technology, I mean roundabouts. Which, might I add, nobody really asked for, even though it made the flow of traffic partially functional. The roundabouts also did create a traffic
Great
jam.
job.
To some extent. So, you know, for anybody wondering about that disaster, there you go. Oh, hold on, young lady. You still have one more job that I'm looking for in that category. No, you don't.
Can I trust you?
Yeah, we're gonna keep doing lower quest tiers or whatever. Let's see what you got. At least quest-wise on anything that you can teach me to craft. We'll take the blunt weapon crafting. I had enough to spare anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna probably be going for a little while. At least in game, I'm gonna be going for a little while. Well, that's all I ever get is pieces of metal, never any gun parts. Kinda lame. Didn't need that either. So let's see about this thing. No, it just gave me more metal, no gun parts, nothing. It's supposed to scrap to gun parts, not iron. I wonder if the stupid mod is installed correctly now. I'm actually seriously questioning it. Because I'm noticing the golf cart is a little wonky. Pretty much almost all the enemies are feral, and when I scrap crap, it doesn't go straight into the material it's supposed to be. Those are plenty of apple trees. I'm gonna start my army of apples. Gotta drive up the street to go blast up some utility workers. Blastoids! Smack my witch up. No, what was I gonna say? There's some crazy lady on YouTube is apparently trending. She's talking about how women need to be empowered and blah 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 and all this stuff. So when you say empowered women, you mean banging sticks in the middle of nowhere, getting no real progress done for their problems, and them looking like they're fucking batshit crazed. And that's what I see that she means by empowered. I'm empowering this women by making them look batshit crazy and putting them up to stupid shit in words. Her words, not mine. Step on the gas. Okay, put the parking brake on. Ow! Ow! Anybody else? Damn. I missed. Down, Simba. I don't know what that is that I got, but I got a drying rack, so that works out. I think I got 2 of them. No, that's a tanning rack. I told using a tailoring workstation to unlock recipes. Necessary for gathering all the stuff you need. Especially when it comes to gathering leather. Vroom. Man, you know, I noticed that pretty much right after leaving high school, I pretty much stopped being friends with everybody. And I kind of just went to being a total loner like I originally intended. Like, I never wanted really any friends or anything because I knew I never could rely on anyone. And even if people did get to know the real me, they never gave a shit enough to really help me with anything. They would leave me there, but they would want me to help them with their
Can I
problems.
help you?
So subsequently, I actually hated 90% of the people who were around me. There was a slim 10% of you guys that were actually really alright and cool, but the rest of you can just go burn in hell.
Can you help me?
You know, just personally saying that because, you know, the impeccable evidence of how many real fucks you cared about. Most people thought I didn't give a shit by default. I didn't speak to them on a daily basis. But the truth was that I don't have to be there to hold your dick, do I? You're a growing up person. You should know everything about how the world works. But that's like the number one thing I did notice. Wasn't exactly liked because I was too realistic with people. But you can't hate me. I'm a realist. I'm as real as they get. But slowly these people tried to make my life a living hell, so slowly I made theirs a living hell by making their financial problems worse. Behind the scenes, I can literally ruin a person's life and never care about it. Because your financial troubles are none of my fucks to give. But that is also what happens when you interfere with my life personally. You know, you screw me out of a job, you know, I'll screw you out of about $100,000 you're earning. Probably slowing down a lot of your life. So, you know, everybody gets a decent punishment from me. You don't get the option to choose once you screw me over. You'll receive your comeuppance, even if it has to cost you something extremely valuable. I see no actual benefit in doing it, but I believe in karmic justice and delivery of swift and painful justice. Although they say two wrongs don't make a right, unfortunately that's a fat load of shit. If you don't do something to make what they did right, and they refuse to make what they did right, then punishment is the only way to go about it. When people came up with that two wrongs don't make a right and it's written in the Bible shit, the Bible part right there was actually incorrect.
Great job.
If you let people run you over and treat you poorly, they're going to continue to do so. If you don't do something about it, you're just going to keep getting run over. And the reason why that was put into the Bible is so that stupid people will believe that two wrongs don't make a right.
Can
When
I
in
trust
reality, if you never punish the person for committing the wrong action against you, you will never be rewarded with your own self-gratitude and affirmation that you have fixed your issue. Because failing to fix an issue, and it'll sit on your shoulders for the rest of your life, making your life a living hell. While they live freely knowing that you're living in hell while they're living happily, they get to smile from a distance and watch you suffer. While you're out suffering because you decided to be a nice guy and not fucking punish them for what they've done to you, then, well, essentially you're the sucker here, not them. Roughly, I'm basically stating that if you never solve your problems before somebody manages to get away with it, and you never square it out before then, the only one living in pain is you, not them. Because they can live with it. You can't. So the best thing I can say is always square out your beef and square out your problems before you go somewheres or you leave. If you don't square out your problems, the only one miserable is you. Can't save you from you, but you could save yourself from yourself. Sort of a double standard when you really look at it, or a double negative. But people always say two wrongs don't make a right, but what people don't know is only suckers believe in that rule set. I believe in a very finite existing code, but that code makes me refuse to acknowledge specified functions. My family always tells me two wrongs don't make a right, but if I never give them punishment or penance for what they do, they'll never see it. And I don't feel like waiting 10 or 20 years for them to get cancer, simply because they didn't take care of their health. It would be pointless. It really would be pointless. So they're saying, ha, 20 years. It took 20 years, but you finally got your comeuppance. You got cancer. Aha, that's what you get. Yeah, I'm gonna wait 20 fucking years for them to get something naturally. That's not punishment. That's just shitty luck. But it is not punishment. Now, keep in mind, there is a rule set that only a fool seeks vengeance, but only a fool lets the enemy or the people around them step on them. It is up to you to create your own judgment and to cast it upon people accordingly. Now, people have been tricked into believing that if you don't punish the wicked, that they will never see the light of day. And that is true. If you never punish the wicked, they'll never see the light of day or the punishment they so swiftly deserve. And then people say they'll pay for it in hell. However, when you punish,
What are you
or
looking
you
for?
perish in this case, you're not going to be seeing the pearly gates or anything like they describe to you, because most people don't understand it. Now, when it comes to the levels of consciousness for individuals like you, human people, when I break it down for you,
Can I trust you?
the concept of heaven only makes it easier for you to pass on with life. Because if you figured out or knew the truth about at the end of the road there wasn't shit there for you, you really wouldn't like that. It's just common knowledge to really understand and pretty much boil it all down for you. But upon death, there really isn't shit waiting for you on the other side. You have an option though. You can come back, or you can freaking stay in limbo. It's all entirely up to you and the concept of how strong your will and mind is to refuse to not exist. Simply death is only the awakening of non-existence. So, you have a choice. You really do. I'd say from literal evidence and material that I have already shared with many people, including old and new friends, some of them are actually quite scared because they actually think I read a history book. But to know the history of something without necessarily being there is the scariest thing that could ever happen to you. And the main reason why is because if a person knows something in such great detail without reading a book, or even reading it online, or even looking it up through their mobile phone, what does that tell you about that person's existence? If a person says they've lived for over 1,000 years, but they've been keeping their mouths closed for so long, then what does that make you think? The truth is that it's out there, but you really gotta look closer at it. Personally, I'm not gonna go blab about I've been alive forever, because it's kind of boring. But what I'm getting at is that not everything is as it seems. And personally, I can describe it to you in the simplest form. If you simply refuse to die, and simply refuse to go into what is essentially remission, failure to exist, and fail to join the massive collective body of organisms that exist outside the normal playing field of what you consider to be death today, you simply won't be amongst them. Those who refuse to accept that shitty way of life are usually casted out, banished, removed. And those of you who literally sit on that pinnacle, those of you are the ones who are going to be likely the happiest, versus those of you who probably won't be, should anything go on. But the most important thing that I wanted to point out here is that not everything will work out, or not everything is bad. Would I recommend recommend certain things? Sure. Would I recommend you follow faith if you're all into Jesus Christ and everything? Sure, I'd recommend it if it helps you pass time. Lets you live life easier. But I wouldn't personally lie to you and state that this is how it is. However, in most cases, for those of you who are incapable of comprehending normal status functions or even the status quo of how reality actually works, it's better you just believe in the rainbows and cupcakes from church or whatever religious ideal you believe in, because it'll help you live easier. Most people's minds aren't even capable of comprehending what's out there, much less let alone what's already on the surface of their own world. And that's why people say these massive creatures that have been dormant for thousands of years are these creatures from hell. No, they're not from hell. Legend or written scriptures of how they depicted these creatures coming into existence, and the general public seeing them for the first time in that time, they described them as ancient beasts that were not of Earth. About 70% of what you got on your planet technically isn't even from your world or your planet. 70% of life forms on your planet that manage to survive aren't even natural Earth existence. Basically natural Earthling-based creatures. Earthling means they come from this planet.
A little over 70% of it.
If not nearly 80%, isn't even from here, remotely. So a lot of what you see here isn't even from here, but because of whatever happened to them, could happen to you, where you could end up de-domesticated, meaning that instead of being a domesticated, refined human individual, you could end up being like them, unrefined and undomesticated, all of a sudden brainless. And a lot of species end up like that anyways. They go on for thousands of eons and then they blow themselves up into stupidity. And that usually is done whenever something cannot be done about a special issue or a very subjugated issue. And due to those general problems, it would be sort of impossible for some of the individuals to be able to grasp the full idea. Now, personally, I wouldn't recommend digging in too deep into the realities of it because the fabrications of reality is sort of different. It is against the law to teach creationism. However, many people don't understand that creationism is kind of how humans got there. So without this function that they say is illegal, well, the animals and things you see around you wouldn't have survived so long. Animals adapted with the tools that they were given or born with. And because of that simple talent, they were able to survive for such a long time. Then you got humans, and humans are not very happy or willing to be nice to these individuals. And well, the best thing I can say is, as a result, they don't care. And for those of you who are wondering what it is, it's just like a redundant amount of material. Oh, cool, the medium backpack. Where's the large backpack, if I could even get that? Nope, it's right there. Well, I can make jerky. Well, let's make the medium backpack. 20 leather, cloth fragments, and duct tape. Hold on. Do I need anything special for that? Sewing kit required. I got plenty. I think. So there's 2 right here. 18 right here. Sweet. Now I got you right here. Boop. I got 14 right here. That's sad. Maybe the loser at the shop has some extra materials laying around. It's gonna cost me 20 to get that. Oh, where is it? I need a duct tape and cloth fragments, I think. Oh, here's some cloth fragments. And where's the duct tape, if there is any? I guess there isn't. rotate. Well, whatever the case is, I need to scrap it anyways. I gotta increase my inventory size. I really don't want to scrap the leather duster though. Let's see if he's got a cowboy hat over there. Then again, if he's only got a cowboy hat, I'm only getting like one freaking leather out of that material. It says harvest more leather per roll, which I have no idea where I put that at, for those of you wondering. Where do I even put that at? I should probably look that up first. So I need a snare if I want to actually use that object. So I make an animal trap or a snare, use animal bait or something like that. Animal snare, which requires animal feed and wood. I can technically make animal feed. What was it going to require? Plant fibers and animal feed. I can technically create the animal feed myself. But I need to look inside of this, because I think I make the animal feed here. Or is it over here? Well, we got the animal snare, the better, which requires 2 canned dog food, 20 years of corn. Like that. So, I guess I can produce one of these if I want to. I think I have the ears of corn. Yeah, I do. What else do I need? Dog food. Boop. I can craft that. Better animal bait. Wood, 5, and animal feed, basic. In order to make that, I'm gonna need like some apples or whatever. Which I have 40, fortunately. Unless I have to create it here. Well, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like I make it here either. So I guess it'll be here. Okay, that's a total of 10. Strong smelling animal bait decreases production time by 20%. And this right here is an enhanced skinning device or whatever. An animal snare. Which I'll make about, I don't know, that many? Or am I going to need this animal feed? Used in crafting chicken coops and traps. Okay. It says strong smell animal bait creates whatever for whatever god-forsaken thing I'm looking for. Okay, so whatever the hell it is I'm gonna be putting out here. I guess I just put the cage right there. Okay, so bait upgrade storage, animal bait. And that'll be the general bait. Where are you going, Bertha? Nobody gave you permission to walk away. You ate all that food at the buffet. Alright, homie. Looks like that worked out. Enhanced scanning device, harvest more leather per roll. And strong smelling animal bait, decrease production time by 20%. Then the contents are everything documented laid out here. Alright, cool. How to create some more animal bait, because why not? I got plenty of apple trees. Like a weird zombie I was hearing in the background earlier. Yeah, there was. Go ahead and remove that. I think I have BDU bottoms already. Yeah, I got the bottoms already. It's tops. Okay, I got my 2 apple trees on property. I put like 2 orange trees here too. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and craft about a couple of more of these. Craft about 30 of them. So I can just put more into storage. Get more out of her. Alright. Pew 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 pew. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, looks like it asked me if I was still watching. Yeah, I still am watching. Let's go ahead and skip all that. Pew 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 pew. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I can go on for a little while longer and sort that out. Still gotta put the animal bait down. Could make another animal trap, but then I'd have to make another, you know, bait product. And if I'm going to utilize this animal trap the way I want to utilize it, definitely going to remotely need some very special categorizing material. Upgraded snare storage, which allows me to have more, I guess. And if I had known this thing was a thing, I would have freaking installed it earlier. Roughly, for those of you who are wondering, why does Wobbly demolish trees in the middle of nowheres and then takes their seeds? Well, I took a lot of the fruit plants or fruit-based materials or generating stuff, and I pretty much broke most of it down. Let's see. Broadcast upgrade brings survivors, I guess. Nails and 15 forged iron. So 40 nails and forged iron. I don't think I make it here. So I got some forged iron right here. Got some material right there. I need about 40 nails. Where is my clay? There we go. So 40 nails and 15 forged iron. There's 40 nails. Okay, I got more ammunition. And I got the gunpowder right here. Where are these standard bullets at? Or at least the casings for it. Right over here. Because of the abundant issue, I got plenty of 9mm ammo. Should be producing something way cheaper. Could use a 9mm ammo, because if I look at damage-wise, this one only has like a bit of an advantage over stock. So right now it's at nearly 50 points of damage, where this one does 42.9. But because 7.62 ammo is a little expensive, it's a bit rough. 44 ammo is expensive as well, but 9mm ammo consumes the lowest amount. And I got a 12 gauge shotgun with plenty of shotgun shells, so I mean, I got my handgun at 41, tactical semi-auto rifle 42, AK-47 at 49.5. Lever action sniper rifle at 67.7, and at 76.9, my 44 Magnum at 17 damage per 8 pellets. And if it's all on the head, well, you know how much that is, 17 times 8. Just add that up. You got 80, because you got essentially 80 if you break it down to just 10. So you got 80, and then you got freaking 16 times 4, because 7, is it 16 or is it 14? It's 14 times 4, because 7 plus 7 is 14. So you got 7 plus 7, that being 14, so that's 14 times 4. You got 80, and then you got 14 times 4, so then you got 14 plus 14 is 28, 14 plus 14 again is 28, so that's times 4 again, making a total of 28 plus 28. Bubble that up to a roughly, let's see, man, I stalled out for a second. So you got 40, then you got 8 plus 8, and then 8 plus 8 is 16, so you got essentially 56. So you got 80 plus 56, making it roughly 136 damage for the shotgun if you land all the pellets straight on the skull of your enemy. And if you're lucky enough to land a critical shot, you'll land more than 136 points of damage. And then right here it says the shotgun slug ammo, negative 20% target armor, negative 30% plus 30% degradation, but you get double the target penetration. The trade-off for shotgun slug-based ammunition literally is that it's going to hit its target as long as you're aiming. There's only a slight subtraction in damage or bonus damage that you're going to get out of using shotgun slugs. So instead of 136 damage total from using buckshot, if you land all the buckshots on the face, you're going to get about 126.8. Although, for 126.8 points of damage versus buckshot's 136 grand total, you're actually landing a subsequential amount of damage when you really break it all down. The main reason why I say you're landing a subsequential amount is because you're landing a pretty decent amount of damage for such a small amount of material available. But that's if it all hits your target in the head directly. You're going to land that kind of damage or a one-hit wonder, regardless if they have like 500 points of health. My main takeaway from this whole particular situation would basically be subtracting it. However, the reason why there's a damage penalty when using slugs is because it's guaranteed. It's basically guaranteed damage versus non-guaranteed damage. Because if you use a slug, you got guaranteed placement. So in order to keep the game balanced, and it even applies to the standard game, for those of you who might not know, in order to keep the game balanced, the slugs may do more or less damage depending on the target type or enemy that you're facing. The advantages of using slugs is you get better range. However, you got to make sure your shots are straightforward and on par. So if your shots aren't straightforward, you're not going to get what you want. However, if you hit them in the head, it's obviously going to be a direct shot. Now, the shotgun slugs in this case are effective at 6 blocks distance. You'll get maximum damage and armor penetration at 6 blocks distance. That essentially would be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I'm standing here, that's the distance you're going to have max power output with a single slug. 6 blocks. Standing from where you're at in front of you from the end of that barrel. So you're getting 6 blocks max damage penetration ratio value. Then switch it over to regular buckshot, and you see that your distance is dwindled down to 3. So 1, 2, 3. Your max damage output from 3 blocks away. You might be able to get the tighter spread if you crouch, and then if you really crouch lower, you might be able to get a tighter spread, if not, make it less effective. But as long as you're crouched even lower, your spread's a lot different. However, in this case, you really couldn't cheat the system. But either way, that's literally the distance of effectiveness with that weapon. This particular firearm has an effective range of 72 blocks, meaning you can fire at somebody 72 blocks away. That's only 72 blocks distance. Magazine size is normally 5. It can fire 80 rounds in a minute, and its max durability is 354 at the current ratio it's sitting at. This weapon has a maximum range of 21 blocks. If that was 6 blocks you were looking at, 21 blocks is going to be pretty far away for this Magnum. Its counterpart has a slightly lower distance to cover, however, a slightly larger abundancy. The 44 Magnum has range, where its counterpart, the Desert Vulture or Desert Eagle 44, is going to have a limited range, mostly because of its particular type. So its range may be shorter than the regular 44 Magnum, or it could be longer than the 44 Magnum. The 44 Magnum's chamber doesn't necessarily seal 100%. However, when it fires around, you may notice that when squeezing the trigger of a Magnum, you might notice that the Magnum itself may squeeze against the barrel in order to create that combustion. So you may notice in some cases with some particular Magnums that the entirety of what would be called the chamber system, or where you load your bullets, essentially your magazine that rotates, will push against the barrel to create that combustion chamber. And magnums that are designed like that are more complicated and have to be reworked all the time, and the timing mechanism has to be taken care of. So that way you can make sure that the rotation is perfect whenever you're firing. So those type of magnums are definitely special, and they do exist. They existed in a smaller variant, which was known as the weirdest magnum I've ever heard of, which was the silenced magnum, but it's not based on a real silenced 44. It's based on a 22 cal rotary pistol, basically. 22 caliber rotary pistol, also known as revolvers. Anyways, this 22 caliber pistol was originally designed with low velocity ammunition and was built and designed to fire silenced munitions. So basically it was made to basically shoot a potential target but keep it silent. You can look it up. It's called the silenced revolver. It's probably the only revolver of its kind that fires a 22 caliber, and it was one of many revolvers that may have changed the way they designed revolvers. Because originally the revolver didn't used to, and I quote unquote would state this, the barrel didn't used to push up against in order to create that combustion chamber. Now, because it's a 22 and it's silenced, you're going to have less of a bang and less of a louder noise when handling specified issues with it, which makes it more covert. So if you're hoping for covert espionage based material, that 22 caliber silenced revolver would probably be your best friend. However, depending on how thick the skull of the person is shooting at is, you may have to lob several rounds into the back of their head or into the front of their head, depending on angle of encounter. Although it is a collectible piece in today's society, and they still do kind of, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think they still do make that thing, but not in America. It's a gemstone if you ever get your hands on it, because it's a piece of covert history. Although it didn't really have much practical use, the one advantage of that firearm is that, one, it would never jam on you because it was a revolver type. Revolvers never jam, and that's why most people are reluctantly inclined to buy a revolver, because it'll never jam on you. Where if you have like a Glock, they'll tell you this Glock almost never jams. That's probably a turnoff on a selling point when it comes to like that. The downside of a Magnum is that you're usually limited between 6 to 8 rounds, depending on Magnum type and size of the revolving chamber. The more rounds, the larger the revolver's chamber has to be to hold all those extra bullets. The average revolver holds around 6 and 5 rounds. I've even seen 4-shot revolvers before in my life. Now, I have seen even weirder revolvers whenever I was like younger, and it was a 38 revolver, a particular type of revolver they call a 38 special or whatever. Technically, I do have the resources to face this fat loser, but I honestly don't want to. I mean, I could lob a grenade over there, but then I'd have to face off with that guy too. Let me turn off my flashlight, I'm gonna leave them there. Those guys kind of came running out of nowheres, and I'm not gonna survive a bear attack. So hopefully they leave. Otherwise, I'm going to be throwing grenades off of this roof like I'm stupid. But right now, I kind of don't have a choice. If I don't get rid of them, they're going to cause me problems. Back off, toots. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, you bastard. No, you cheated me out of that one, Holmes. I'm gonna have to somehow freaking squeeze out my freaking grenades or whatever I can. Come on, Holmes. You didn't let me grab my backpack right there. You're kind of just holding up on this guy's balls right here, hoping that he fucking goddamn does something else. Might have dragged this idiot around. Dude, seriously. This guy could have freaking caused serious problems in the long run. I'm glad I got rid of them, but at the same time, that was annoying. Oh well. To each their own. I need this 20 leather for something, but I can't goddamn remember what it was, but I think this stupid animal snare brought them here. I doubt it was the random zombie spawn. Completely forgot bears had like 2,000 health. Then again, they originally had only 800. Last I remember, zombie bears. The living ones have like 5,000 or something like that. I guess they changed the general idea of how a bear works. The only way to survive that thing would probably be to get an M60 machine gun. Which I'm in no possession of, so... Yikes. I mean, I could do the Molotovs, but if I keep doing that, I'm just going to burn myself on fire and ending up killing myself in the resultant process. I would use a 44 Magnum, but because of the stupid hitbox on the bear, I also got to be careful because that would require me to get too damn close to the loser as well. Then there's also like a super downside of it too. If I don't start building up defenses around this crap place, I'm also going to end up losing this crap place. So I have to build up defenses around the base, but also make sure I can still enter the damn place. By building up defenses, I create a unanimously safer zone for me to hide in. However, it's going to be roughly hard to get that unanimous safe zone without the necessities. And necessities are very important. I already got pack mule on the max right there. Lockpicking would help me do that. It says you're starting to learn this shit. You can pick locks 30% faster and have a 30% chance. And then it allows me to craft lockpicks, which will save me in the long run for the other crap. Better barter will also save me on sales and stuff like that, along with 50% off of most things I actually am interested in. And it says unlock the working sync recipe. Level requirements 25. unlock the working oven recipe, which improves your cooking speed, for anybody wondering. Forge ahead, calipers, crucible. I'm not even sure I can make the crucible yet. Oh, I can. Oh, I need 20 oil, 900 clay, 1200 stones, 20 mechanical parts, and 100 forged iron. Well, first we gotta see if I can make a chemistry station. Still locked away. This one only does that. Unlocks junk drone. And then this one says unlocks tier 2 modding for crafting. Decreases crafting time by 15%. Tier 3 modding. This one unlocks all junk drone mods or whatever. I need to figure out which one will naturally unlock the other one. Unlocks wire tool, relay switch, light variants. Unlocks spotlight, speaker, pressure plate, tripwire, generator, bank, motion sensors, and generator parts recipe. Chemistry station. Unlock the chemistry station or level requirements, science, crafting level 2 and tool crafting 3. So what I want to do is go into science crafting level 2, and then my next update for that particular thing will be my chemistry station, so I can create all the oil necessary to create a lot of these mods. Cement mixing will have to come out last because, well, I would have done the lockpicking skills, but there would be no point to that either. I gotta go blow up some utility workers. I think my body's wigging out from all the stress. I'm still under quite a bit of stress, for those of you who may or may not know this. I'm under a little bit of stress due to subsequential issues associated with a car that I'm supposed to have in my possession in functioning order. And even though I'll have to probably get a brand new set of spark plugs and stuff like that, and then run a few tests even after that, if it turns out the car may end up badly damaged or something is horribly wrong with it, I'll end up having to either A, sell it to a mechanic who will give me roughly less than $1,000 for that vehicle, and then go into what essentially would be, hopefully, to just send it all back or send the money to one of my parents who may be financially responsible or something like that, and for them to find me a car that actually does work. The downside is I'll lose the standard car and I won't be able to do certain things with it, but the other reason why is that I also, if I go through the process of repairing that car and doing whatever, I wouldn't exactly give the vehicle to my brothers either, because then if it ends up having problems, I'm never going to hear the end of it and they're going to want a refund. So it's like how I see it. I really don't want to be dealing with family members and then declaring they have rights to a refund, because I'll throw it in their damn face. You knew what was wrong with the car when you bought it. Why the hell would you say you want a refund? Oh cool, that was two for one. So that's like one of the major drawbacks of having a car. If I go through the process of repairing the damn thing, I'm going to end up having to deal with all the other crap. Which is something I kind of don't want to deal with either. I do love my family members, but I wouldn't go through the process of screwing them over. If you screw your family over, then you're no better than, well, I'm not entirely sure what to describe that to. Well, I guess an analogy that I could use. But if you screw over your family members, you're no better than the people that would probably do something probably equally, if not more worse. I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with that, but somewheres. But the general breakdown is, if you rip off your family members with a busted up car, it makes you no better than anyone else who would do the same thing to some unsuspecting sap who probably didn't even know.
Can I help you?
I got a weapon flashlight mod too, homie. And it's like tier 1. But we're taking that as 7.62 ammo. For various reasons.
Can
We'll
you
take
help
this tier
me?
1 nurse you back to health. The main reason we're taking those quests is because they're a lot easier to handle. I'm gonna unpack all this 7.62 armor piercing ammunition for various reasons. We're gonna create a different kind of ammunition out of it. Now, I have a related cousin who is over there wanting to become a Marine soldier. Hopefully he makes it there and he does whatever it is he's gonna do. And hopefully he doesn't let the airheaded bullshit they literally train you in there, because you lose your personality and everything. Most new recruits are so bent out of shape whenever they come out of that place. They're a bunch of yes men, and a bunch of yes men don't have spines. You got to be able to know when to understand an order, and then you got to be able to know the difference whenever you're not there. Like me, I have a spine, but my constitution is a little bit more ridiculous than others, since technically I've undergone horrible things in order to understand certain people's worlds. But I don't go through it just to be struggling. It's just to know exactly what they've been through. So don't bother giving me a demo, because believe me, that demo is going right in the trash. Just like the last person who thought that, you know, trying to scare me with the idea of juvie, that I'd be scared not to listen to him. Juvenile detention centers don't scare me. They're like daycares for stupid people who obviously need to be watched. So I'll tell you that, a juvenile detention center does not scare me, neither does the real jail. You see, the thing is that I'm not in there with them. They're in there with me. And that's not a joke. It's a little weird how I see prisoners, but depending on the type of crime you've committed and the crimes you've already committed in your past will determine whether or not, if I already considered your whole existence near me forfeit. So if your life is forfeit, keep your distance from me. Because I will be hitting that delete button, honey. And I will be helping you get to that delete button whether you like it or not.
What are you looking for?
So, you know, I always give you the option. Stay the hell away from me and live longer, or bother me and have a shorter life. Now, if you're wondering why I state that, it's because when I was younger, some real nasty people, principal of a school, forged my father's signature, sending me on a 3 days vacation to a Scared Straight program. Against my will, I went into a Scared Straight program for 3 whole days. In fact, that's also where some people got mutilated. It wasn't me, though. You know, they always say prisoners have rights, but, you know, a person stops having rights once they go back to their old ways and start committing felonies again. And especially if they're trying to do it to an underage kid. At that time, I was still underage. But at least I didn't stand there like no bitch trying to let somebody run my ass over. Nope. I ruined 3 grown adult men's faces. And a bit of their sanity. But that's kind of what happens whenever you try to do something disgusting to a child. And that particular child being me. The best thing I can say is those people's faces will never be the same.
Y'all come back now.
Feels like a cornered animal going rabid all of a sudden with foam. And for some reason that usually happens with me. That's why I always tell people don't get into fights with me, because you end up giving me that weird feeling that I'm like cornered animal again. You're probably going to see the foam, and once the foam's out and about, you better run faster than me, because if I ever get to you, I guarantee you, your face and your arms and legs might not be the same when the police get there. Doesn't mean I'm insane, but it does mean that if you threaten my life to the point where it's just like that, it's like a cornered animal, I'm not going to care what happens to you. I'm a very straightforward person, so I'm not going to deny certain things in life. But you also got to remember never to corner a person. Once you do that, you don't know what's going to happen. It's like watching TNT blow up. You don't know what's going to happen because the person in front of you can become extraordinarily unpredictable or extremely dangerous. And the last thing you want to deal with is an extremely dangerous individual who can probably break 5 ribs in like 5 minutes or less. So, you know, if your parents always say you're fucking with that kid and you're over there making him into a cornered animal, you're going to be real surprised when they whoop your ass and put you in the hospital. And then after that, you're going to be very terrified to make another joke about them or remark, because you don't want to see that side of them again. Usually those people end up being friends, but simply because they're terrified of each other or they're terrified of the individual next to them. Personally, I don't get involved whenever something like that happens to somebody. I'd be like, dude, I saw them whooping your ass and I just stood there and watched. And they'd be like, yeah, you stood there and watched and did nothing. I said, what do you want me to do? Get involved because you started a problem? Like, seriously. I'm not going to stand there in the way and be your bullet sponge. But my generalized thought process and how I view the world is a lot different. If you got a strong constitution, you can stand certain things that happen to you and be able to stomach it. If you got a weak constitution, well, you're not going to make it too far and you're going to struggle. Constitution basically means your ideological function, your ability to resist abrasion. If you can't resist abrasion, the literal hellhole and hellish things people go through, what some people would translate roughly into a living hell, if you can't withstand those basics, you're going to struggle later on in life to actually achieve any of those feats yourself. Me, I sort of just think of everything as sort of like one big old fat movie. The reason why I think of it as a movie concept, because it makes it easier to move forward. But don't think you're invincible. It takes time, training, physical physique, fitness, and the ability to understand your weight. Now, a human does have a power to weight ratio, and that basically means that the amount of power you can put out from your legs or your arms or from your back can determine how much punishment you can actually endure before eventually the camel's back breaks. Humans can actually be rated on a power to weight ratio anyways. And the reason why that is a thing is because it helps people identify if an individual can withstand a certain amount of punishment before eventually they're pretty much broken. It's like watching a car do the stress test and seeing how long it can handle the stress test before the engine blows. Abundantly, you should really consider looking into it if you're actually confused about what it is that I'm going on about. Wholeheartedly, that's all I can state for those of you who actually are unaware of how the reality of the things around you work. But it will help you understand and better understand your life, so that way you're not running around in circles like a chicken with his head cut off. You have a better understanding of your own existence. Personally, I recommend you guys try figuring it out for yourselves, so that way you don't have to deal with the extremity of a lot of crap.
Try to understand yourself prior. So that way you don't suffer. Now I got what is essentially pasta or rigatoni or whatever it's called. It's used for spaghetti, meat bolognese, spaghetti number 2, vegetable bolognese, bolognese. Diggly-dee, 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 diggly-dee. Pancakes, blueberry pancakes, and then you got roast dinner. Now, a roast doesn't necessarily require batter to actually make a roast, but it is a method. Let's see if I got any of the recipes unlocked for this. Chili dog is unlocked. Chili dog. I'll make 10 boiled eggs, and we're going to leave these in here. Take those. Actually, leave these right here. I got the batter sitting on background anyways. I got 5 batter, 5 empty bowls. This will help me with the other crafting, which also may include soup-based items. Dough. Well, dough will help me make bread, and then from bread I get sliced bread. Darumaka. If you like Darumaka, the Pokemon Darumaka, the most annoying Pokemon of all, then you'll get that. And then if you want a really annoying Pokemon that sounds like a walking computer, well, I guess have a Regice. And all you can hear is... Here, let me pull it up. And it sounds something like this. Anyways, if you're wondering what kind of Pokemon those are technically just living golems. So as it turns out, for many of you who don't know that golems are actually made of magic. However, Regice, Regirock, and I think there's another one that's I think called Regivolt or whatever. It's capable of electric attacks or some shit like that. Anyways, the point is this. Those Pokemons, including the flying variation, the one that literally has wings or whatever that one's called, could be Regivolt. But the point is, they're capable of ridiculous things, and those ridiculous things are like stuff you wouldn't normally see. They're capable of destroying things, but they're also man-made golems that were infused with power, basically magic. And pretty much they themselves can technically be captured. Because technically they could be, if I'm not mistaken, Pokemon, but ancient Pokemon.
as it's written in Pokemon history. Now, those particular types of Pokemons are the weirdest things you could ever encounter in the game. However, they are Guardian-based Pokemon, meaning that they themselves were created as guardians to guard things, to keep even the evilest of evil and the wickedest of the wicked locked out from ever tampering with whatever it is they were deemed to be guarding. And as a result, you kind of see them a couple of times throughout the Pokemon movies and throughout the Pokemon series. You see that they're guarding temples or they're guarding some kind of place that was where the unknown were hanging out. But pretty much at the unknown are pretty much the strongest Pokemon when they're all gathered up into one large group, as the unknown are a very unstable type Pokemon, but they're so powerful when working together that the unknown can warp the fabric of reality and quite possibly even warp it permanently. If it stays like that long enough, it could end up warped entirely and permanently. The extents of the power of the unknown from the Pokemon universe are currently, and I quote unquote, this is not like an inside joke, but that particular thing or issue is also unknown. However, it has been known in the Pokemon universe that the unknown are capable of creating Pokemon basically out of thin air. While they can create Pokemon from thin air, they can also do various other things as well. So essentially, they're the most dangerous as well, as they are the most uncontrollable. Being the most uncontrollable means they are the most unpredictable. Should anything out of the ordinary happen, well, you should already have an idea of what could happen. And should the out of the ordinary happen, the unknown would be practically unstoppable. What's showed in one of these Pokemon movies I remember when I was younger. A young girl who didn't have her parents home all the time had eventually lost faith that her parental figures would ever return. So as a result, she went ahead and did the unthinkable, which was call out to the unknown who came to pay a visit to her basically. And with the powers of the unknown, she used them to create her fantasy world. This Pokemon that took on the form of Entei had the voice of her father. And this Pokemon was so powerful because of the literal godlike powers of the unknown were capable of giving him powers far beyond the real capacity of the real Entei. So, in the TV series cartoon movie, essentially, he was an unstoppable force of nature. He was capable of warping reality himself. With that particular type of power and set, he essentially was the ultimate thing that could have happened to the series. When you really break it all down, he really was the ultimate thing that could break down anything. But that was because he was simply powered by a bunch of freaking unknown Pokemon. They basically gave that Entei some serious roid rage. Basically giving him the ability to trash a castle and destroy a house, and in the process nearly destroy the region that they were living in with all those innocent villagers. All in the fray and about to be annihilated because the young lady wanted her father to come home, but he didn't come home. So instead, she asked the unknown for a ridiculous gift. The unknown granted her wish, no matter how ridiculous the request. Over here, fatty. Oh well. This area will probably refresh later. What's up, janitor boy? Good thing I left that truck there. Otherwise, I probably would never have been able to climb up there. Now, are the unknown the most powerful Pokemon in the entire Pokemon universe? The answer to that question is yes. The unknown technically are the most powerful Pokemon in that universe. There are other Pokemon that are capable of reaching their level of power, but not necessarily the kind of power that would warp reality. There was also Destiny Deoxys, which also faced off with the Pokemon Rayquaza. Deoxys is a Pokemon that is capable of generating numerous types of things, including, I believe, force fields and large balls of energy, also known as a Chaos Sphere. Deoxys was essentially a Pokemon that went batshit crazy and took over an entire town, causing what essentially would be the Pokemon's version of the Navy and Coast Guard to respond, but ended up losing to them anyways because the unsurmountable amount of damage he caused in a short amount of time, making Deoxys practically nearly number 2 on the list. But there's even god tier Pokemon that aren't even brought up because the series was so obscure or wasn't showed or aired on national television the way it would normally be, simply because the cartoon itself kept going further and further down the list of really estranged material. So actually watching Pokemon became sort of like an obstruction that was hard to find or something that was hard to view. And eventually Disney ended up getting the rights to show Pokemon and do whatever they wanted with it for a little while, but the ultimate result didn't really end in their favor either. And the reason why that didn't go too well with Disney was also because Disney was losing their audience for some time. Right after the abrupt end of what was essentially what most people who actually are fans of Disney entertainment-based material. So if you're a fan of Disney-related TV shows like Gravity Falls, then shortly after Gravity Falls had officially came to an end, or had reached its climactic second, or I think third season, however many seasons there actually was for Gravity Falls, which I can't even remember anymore. Shortly after Gravity Falls met a certain point in its turn of existence, and then there was the other one, Star Butterfly versus the World. That one was also a good show,
the best merchandise.
but it was simply for a lot of issues that were just abundantly present that it kind of brought the entirety of its system or viewer count down to its knees. And that redundant issue they experienced was also one of the many reasons why their entire networking began to have a serious downfall. And they thought buying the rights to show and or air Pokemon that it would increase their viewer ratio. It actually didn't increase over the years. In fact, they've been blowing up numbers lately about how many people actually really watch the Disney Network channel. And Cartoon Network has been blowing up its numbers by making it look like they're still relevant when the relevancy of the show, or even itself as a networking operation,
Thanks anyways. You
Had-
be careful out there.
had become subsequently unreliable. The data itself also became partially unreliable. TV network executives and stuff like that, people who worked for these individual companies, which also included a few of their very own employees, for releasing actual televised technical data, which in some cases some employees were actually fired for releasing the real technical data of how many people actually watch the cartoons nowadays based on Cartoon Network or Disney. And a lot of these particular systems have lost their viewers. And it is simply because they haven't thought up of anything original, brand new, or actually mentally or emotionally appealing to the general public. And that lack of functionality is kind of what pushed a majority of their audience away. For those of you who are wondering why am I stating that, well, it's because it's true. A large portion of Disney's audience had become abundantly obstructed by the ideas of what they tried to fuel in. It slowly began with the manipulation of the storyline and franchise known as Star Butterfly, and including the manipulation of the storyline of what would be known as Gravity Falls. The manipulation of these two major heavy hitters, including a few other shows that I can barely remember because that's how obscure it became. But major point being is that the obstruction or adjustment or even altering of information or even said data that would normally be considered sacred data to those who actually really enjoy the show. For those of you who really enjoy Gravity Falls and a lot of these animated TV shows that have come out over the years and then have felt betrayed by the animators or the companies that you have come to love when you were younger, because Cartoon Network took kind of a big dive. Years ago, Cartoon Network took a big dive and lost like 60% of its audience due to script changes and show changes, and then changing of altercations of literally like planned TV shows and material. There was also cartoons that were planned to be aired, which are literally quite a few of them. And if there wasn't like disputes between certain things, you know, there was also the fiasco of The Amazing World of Gumball. Now, all evidence of it had never made media, and the airing of The Amazing World of Gumball was aired literally like 10 years ahead of its time. So if you're hoping that The Amazing World of Gumball was this brand new TV show, it actually wasn't. The original pilot aired years ago, 10 years before its initial debut again on Cartoon Network years down the road. Essentially, the show was scrapped for various reasons associated with issues involving licensing and editorial programs that were available, along with people who were interested in working on it. Although it was a decent spin-off when it originally aired, because I got a memory that's like a steel trap, so I remember everything I see on TV. There is even an unaired version that was like essentially a really bad Spider-Man sequel. There was even a really bad Spider-Man sequel. And it aired on, I believe, Disney or Cartoon Network. And this pilot episode of this abundantly erased Spider-Man series was completely removed from literally history. Basically scrubbed, like if it never happened. For those of you who actually do want to see that horrible Spider-Man series, I doubt you'll find any real evidence remaining of the show. But, personally speaking, it was pretty bad. Although it was based on the original animation from the Spider-Man of 1999 or 2000, which wasn't even the Amazing Spider-Man, but it looked sort of like a comic book from the 80s. I think it was 90s Spider-Man or something. This abundant Spider-Man version was completely scrapped, basically shelved, due to a poor pilot ratings. Well, what were you expecting? You aired the damn thing around freaking... What would be the best description I can give to you guys? The morons that were in charge of it basically aired the pilot episode right exactly at 2:30. It was 2:30 p.m. It's approximately 2:30 p.m. So if you measure 2:30 p.m., that means 2:30 p.m. in the Western Hemisphere, Central Hemisphere, and Eastern Hemisphere time in the United States. So with this terrible timetable that they put on, so if it aired directly at 2:30 at these zones, that means the people on those zones will be seeing it an hour or two later. However, the terrible airing of this pilot episode is kind of what resulted in it being erased anyways. Due to the low viewer count and literally negative reviews or negative feedback from people who worked on it, or just in general, people who saw it, who were critics, and the negative feedback came back from it, there was also a completely abundantly erased version of Spider-Man as well. Did this gemstone exist? It did. Will these networks acknowledge it? Hell no. It could cost them a fortune. Now, for those of you who don't know, due to script edits, adjustments in function, and in other things, for those of you who are a fan of a TV show called Code Lyoko, there was actually supposed to be a comic version of it. No idea if it exists, but there was supposed to be a comic version of it. That was also supposed to come along with anyone who purchased the box set DVDs. No idea if the comic came with it or not. But what I do know is that the show is abundantly good. The pilot episode, which I'm going to tell you this, the pilot episode was a 2-part special, for anybody wondering. And officially, the pilot episode actually didn't exactly happen until like way later. Now, me, when I was younger, I saw the pilot episode for Code Lyoko. The episode everybody commonly refers to as episode 1, where everybody's abundantly already fully aware of Xana and the supercomputer and inviting members into the group and everything, essentially is not the original pilot episode. The original pilot episode includes and it consists of Jeremy Belvois discovering the supercomputer, turning it on, activating it, and struggling to find members or people he wants to actually let in on what he has discovered, which leads to the Lyoko Warrior Gang becoming a thing, which was a select number of few people. Indistinctly, that's kind of how it is. That 2-part special is technically the original, on the whole basis of the script, the original pilot episode. However, in America, that episode, what would essentially be known as the pilot episode, how it all began, is not known in America as a pilot episode, but instead is known as like episode 56 or something like that. I think it was like 56 or around episode 60 or something. But that episode is even considered to be like how they discovered the supercomputer, how they came across Aelita, how they came across other various characters in the show, and how they all abundantly grouped up together to create that whole band ragtag group. And due to that substandard, that's what we see today. Bro, like what you got, armor on your head or something? What the hell is this rifle doing? Fucking 4 damage each hit? Or that fat bimbo just happen to have armor like crazy? Or did she eat all the armor all? No, she just had an insane high level armor applied to her fat ass. Just had an insane high level of armor. The only thing that probably would have handled her probably would have been a coiled carbine. Which reminds me, if I want to create a creative map, I could do a creative map just so you guys could see what the coiled carbine is and how strong it is. And when I say strong, I mean strong. It will take out an elephant, if an elephant ever existed in the game. Well, it produced some animal fat. Not interested in that, so I'll leave it there for the time being. Remember to always bring this golf cart with me in my inventory because it could save my ass later down the road. What was I doing again? I don't think this jacket actually gives me anything. Let's see. Jacket will keep me warm in cold climates. However, if I scrap it, it's only going to give me cotton and not leather. Leather is an important factor here. I'll wait for the bear trap or whatever to do its thing. I have enough to do this, but I still need 20 leather for the crucible. Oh, I just needed 20 oil and 100 freaking forged iron. Okay, well I got my 20 oil. Mechanical, clay. I need a bunch of rocks. So we'll scrap those for the time being. And we'll scrap that cement for the time being as well. How many rocks did I need? I needed 1,200 rocks. I got that. Forged iron I'm going to need to make. So in the meantime, I'm going to do that. I got my clay. I'm going to make 100 more. And we're going to go to whatever that guy's name was. His name is Trader Hugh Bag. Note to self, any major tier 3 quests may not be doable for this particular type of moment or in any function, so Trader Joel's the only person I'm going to be talking to right now. He's a part of the White River, and she's a part of some other particular thing.
Fair here.
Yeah, Trader Joel. Say all the prices are fair here, yet you're going to screw me on the prices. $1,600, huh? Portable lathe. It's helpful if I need to make stuff on the go.
I thank you, kind sir.
I can repair the scrap iron spear and then sell it to dummy over here. Got like 72 out of it. We'll sell him that. Could sell him the bat and get a little more out of him, but there would be
Safe
no
travels.
point. Nope. Better off selling it to him. There you go, Holmes.
You come back sometime.
I will when I decide to give a flying fig. Anyways, I don't know what to do. Might end up taking care of my kid, might not take care of him. Or her. Oh yeah, it's her. Life's a little confusing right now. But I still gotta make that money. Mind explaining to me how the hell you got in my damn building? I have to check. I didn't have a big old gaping hole in my damn house. So how the hell does Magoo get inside of my building? Corpses. Probably corpses. Just all of a sudden, she decided to develop the hops and become a freaking basketball player in the last fucking 15 seconds of her existence. But I doubt that shit. Can I even create it here? Here it's 10 minutes and 44 seconds. And how much is it over here? 18 minutes. I'll take the 10-minute timer version. I can make a steel pickaxe if I can create some steel. Then I can change out my old pickaxe for this one. Old school timekeeping device. It's a mod for gloves and displays time as a buff when clipped. And then I gotta make a lawnmower, but that requires lawnmower accessories, lawnmower tractor chassis, and 4 wheels, which I'm in possession of neither. What a crucible. Steel log spike. Let's call it a steel spike. That's a steel plated log. Being able to extract your own crude oil is pretty useful in the apocalypse. The oil pump will do just that. Crafting metal workbench costs 3 minutes and 30 seconds time. Probably costs some gas too. Technically you need gas to run 70% of everything here. And the only reason I've been getting away with what I've been doing is because I've been going the free electricity route. Too damn cheap to do the expensive route, which essentially would be praying to God that those torches don't go out. Well, since I'm only getting animal fat, might as well just collect it, buddy. Shut up. You're over there beating your heart all crazy because your adrenal gland went all wild. Okay, let me go ahead and eat some of these boiled eggs or whatever. Apples. Glass jars and sticks. Oh boy. I think as soon as this is done crafting, I think that'll pretty much be the end of it for this entire segment. Yeah, this probably will be the end of it. Yeah, it's 3:24, and I kind of want to move on with my life already. So yeah, this will be the last thing I forge. I'm gonna put it on some Vanos Gaming. There was something about the gaming extras or something. I think it was in that video or whatever that I had written up here on my history, which was this one. No, I don't think it was this one. Let me see. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. This one's the one that had the Vanos Gaming extra content on it. Because the Vanos Gaming extra content links, for those of you who do not know, the Vanos Gaming extra content links are kind of broken sometimes, so it's hard to actually get directly to the page you're looking for versus anything else. So, you know, that's pretty much about it, roughly. Now, for those of you who wonder, why does Nintendo always flag anything as a non-profit or as not monetizable whenever it comes to the Super Mario 64 music? It is because the Super Mario 64 game is one of the most iconic games that ever hit the Nintendo market. It was also one of the most sought after Nintendo games besides 007's GoldenEye. That kind of broke the market. The game was so innovatively fun to the individuals who wanted it that it kind of broke it. It was the most sought after game, the most collected game, along with GoldenEye being the most collected game in the world and so many copies existing. Now, there are some sick fucks out there who will deliberately break the GoldenEye 007 cartridges or destroy them so that they can make them more valuable. However, here's some reality for you. You don't gotta break the damn cartridges. You can literally just lock them up in a dry safe and keep it to yourself, but keep the numbers dwindling and have the most of them in possession or whatever. And simply based by all of that, it could basically generally inflate the market without necessarily needing to destroy any unnecessary copies of the game. It also means you would have a piece of rareware history. So if you're interested in collecting Nintendo games or stuff like that, Nintendo 64 based games and all that, the best thing I can say is this: if you're going to collect a video game and then you're going to go through the process of trying to make it like one of the only copies in the world, you should also be very abundantly aware that you're better off just buying the game copies yourself instead of buying them and then destroying any other copies that exist. Because then at that point, the game itself just won't be as valuable. The more obscure a game is, like, I forgot what it was, but everybody wanted that. It was a copy of something. It was a really, really, really thingy, but I forgot what it was called. It was a really popular game. Everybody wanted a copy of it. Truth be told, I've actually had a copy of the game in my possession. I keep that one locked away. It was a very obscure Nintendo game, I think. But the game was obscure mostly because of how many copies were actually available. It was something. I just can't remember what it was called. It wasn't Contra, it was something. I don't even think it's Commodore. It was something. Fino Name was talking about it, but I keep that copy of that game. Of course, you can find it now on the internet without the original cartridge and everything for free, basically. But I forgot the name of it. Oh yeah, Chrono Trigger. There we go. I freaking keep that thing locked away where people can't find it. If you have an original cartridge of Chrono Trigger that's unopened, people go as far as to find out where you live and try to murder you or hold you for ransom for that damn thing. So the best idea I ever had was just putting a copy of Chrono Trigger on the internet and then circulating it around. Basically on forums or friends who wanted to have it for themselves so they had a copy of it to play. But the point being is, it's like, if you have the physical copy of that game, Chrono Trigger or whatever, the odds are is that somebody might really try to kill you over it. Because it's quite expensive, that game, as it turns out. I was actually pretty young. I was still a kid when I found a copy of Chrono Trigger at a freaking yard sale. The woman that was in charge of that yard sale was selling it, and I cannot, like, I can't even, like, it's not even stressing it. Like, that's like no BS. The woman was selling it for, like, way less than what you think you would pay to comp out for that particular type of thing. You know, the going price for Chrono Trigger, I think in like 2005, was like abundantly less expensive than it would have been to like pick it up like in today's time. Nowadays you can find it for like $35, but these are all opened copies. But we're talking about unopened, a locked in box with original box artwork. And it says pre-owned, but this is locked in box, original box artwork and everything with essentially the whole plastic thing associated with it. On average, the original Chrono Trigger goes for $10,000. And that's it, that locked in place with an actual safety box that kept it sealed and protected from the elements. Goes for 10 grand. Then you got Chrono Trigger for $2,000 with the original box. Then you got the Chrono Trigger DS, but that's not the actual real Chrono Trigger. But it is a copy of the original. But not essentially the original Chrono Trigger. But I managed to pick it up for like 10 bucks out of a freaking garage sale. I've just kept it locked away for years. And I try to keep it far away from my family as well, so that way it doesn't end up stolen. I learned that as long as I keep my most prized possessions from my childhood that I got to enjoy for a short amount of time, that they would last longer, and as long as I kept them away from people, that nobody would be able to get to them. Now, with that particular game, Chrono Trigger, I knew I couldn't trust my father with, so I made sure he never knew it existed, and that I kept it hidden from him, and then took it with me as I left. Yeah. It would really spare you a lot of problems in the long run. Spare you a lot of problems. That's the best thing I can tell you right now. If you want a copy of that game, yeah, you can pick it up for that. Does Chrono Trigger still go for $2,000 on the internet? Yeah, it still does. Roughly, you can get it with the box, the original box and everything nowadays for like $2 grand. And that's not airtight sealed compartment quality. That's just like it's been sitting around in somebody's, you know, collection. They didn't touch it for so and so months or years or whatever. And pretty much from there, it's kind of where it all led. But whenever I talk about it, it's based on like how long I physically have had it in my possession, how long I've kept it hidden, and it still has its original plastic box sealing around it. So I intend to just keep it, you know, sort of out of the picture. I don't need anybody getting any wild ideas and thinking, man, I could really just go over there and beat up this guy and just steal it from him. 'Cause I really don't want to be dealing with that. I already have enough problems on my plate. But my point that I'm getting at is just, well, just that in general. That's kind of all I'm getting at. It's just I don't want to be dealing with all of it. I could make the coil pistol receiver, coil pistol barrel, coil gun parts, coil gun grip, coil carbine stuff. You know, all this stuff is necessary if you want to like make things like the coil sniper and everything. But you got to make sure you can make any coil gear. So if I put in the word coil, and then I put it specifically under weapons, and then you look at it, the coil shotgun is locked, coil pistol is locked, because you need pistol crafting 5 for the coil carbine. Coil turrets, coil carbine requires automatic gun crafting level 5. Anything coil related is practically unavailable. However, it lets you coil, like get the coil sniper and everything, the coil shotgun barrel, like it lets you do all of that, but you don't get actual access to the material, but you can pre-craft it before you can actually get it. Carbine, pistol, coil shotgun, and the coil sniper. Each and every one of these are all coil-based weapons, which are endgame weapons. Some of the most powerful firearms in the game, and you should really be careful when handling them because you can pretty much shred up anything in your path. Desert Vulture schematics. I'm going to create the Desert Vulture receiver so that I can put it in my inventory. As soon as I get enough freaking material put out right here, I should have enough to at least make the receiver. Oh, I do. Hold on, was that 10? Yeah, it's 10. What I need is the Desert Vulture receiver. I also need to create a Magnum barrel. So I can create a Desert Vulture. And then what I need is the freaking pipe pistol parts. And a grip. So what I need is pistol parts, pistol barrel. Unless it requires a Magnum barrel, which could be the other thing that I'm going to need. Desert Vulture receiver, which is the only thing I need. Pistol receiver, shotgun receiver, or barrel. Yeah, that's it. I just need that, pistol barrel, pistol parts, etc. I click under recipes and then I look at the Desert Vulture. I need the pistol grip. Pistol grip, polymers, and oil. I can stop using this Magnum, switch over to the Desert Vulture. Cool, I can craft myself a new Magnum. And probably at a higher quality too. I got a laser pistol, but that requires a whole nother level of shit. A laser pistol is pretty powerful. Requires laser ammunition though. I think I've only managed to achieve that once, but it wasn't a very high level version of the laser pistol because the coil pistol outclassed it in damage. Still a pretty good thing. Well, as I await for further crap. Pow, right in the kisser. Okay. Now, since I'm done making this desert vulture, and then literally shimmy sham, or whatever I want to call it, shebang. Doom, 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 doodle, doodle, doom, doom. Then after that, I'm gonna quit the game. Just gotta build this last gun, and then scrap the old one. Desert Vulture. Do 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 do. Why when I scrap these things, they don't exactly go to where they're supposed to. Like, I get no parts on return whenever I scrap the magnums and stuff like that. So I'm not really getting anything in return, but I'm pretty sure after creating this rank 3 Desert Vulture, it's going to turn out a little different. Need to see what I'm capable of making. A rank 3 AK-47, rank 3 pistol, and rank 2 bone machete. That's just on guns. The Magnum is already creatable. However, the Desert Vulture is its older relative, which is one rank away from where I'm currently at, sitting on that scale. Double barrel shotgun is the only one I have unlocked right there. Could make a golf club, but I'm not really interested in that. Rank 3 pistol and rank 3 M60 machine gun. Could make that as well, so I can get a higher DPS weapon, since technically I did find the schematics for it. It goes all the way up to wooden bow level 11, titanium bows, tactical machine gun, which I can get a better version of it, but it'll only be 1 point difference, only resulting in a slight increase in durability. And there we go. I have officially made the Desert Vulture rank 3, giving me slightly more ammunition. Alright guys, I want to thank you guys for tuning in to Wobblies, and don't forget to like and subscribe, and have a great morning or night or whatever it is you're going to be doing, because I'm finna be going to sleep. I've been awake until like 4 in the morning, but that's probably because I fell asleep. Again, don't forget to like and subscribe. I literally fell asleep at some point during the middle of the day, and I woke up dead ass in the night, right around like 1 something in the morning. So, I don't know. I was asleep for a little while, but thanks for like tuning in, guys, and coming by and saying hello, if anybody actually said anything. You guys have a great night, or morning, whichever one it is. Oops. Later, and peace out. Enjoy the rest of your day, morning, night, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, whatever it is, brunch, dunch. Bye-bye.